So welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today we actually have a visiting artist with us. I was just talking with her up in the front, making sure I got down a really good amount of information for you guys. We are going to be working on some more of her sort of abstract pieces that you're seeing on the screen. I know it's kind of loud in here. Eventually on the screen we'll have some closed captioning. That'll make it a lot easier to understand me. But that'll happen right about when we get camera access to the hot shop. There will be some cameras following around the artists and kind of just keeping on top of what they're doing in here. Now, we have already started this residency on Wednesday, so they've made a pretty large variety of some pieces. And these pieces are really interesting to me. They're actually meant to be looked through instead of to be looked at. And our artist actually uses them in a sort of photography way, so she'll take pictures through them. And you might see some of those pictures on the screen. They were really cool. And then just to talk about our artist herself a little bit, once again, she's the one up in the front with me. And her name is Nadège. Well, and her last name is Desgenétez. This is my first little spiel about her, so thank you. So bear with me, this is my first spiel of the day, but you guys get to hear all the information. So some of these pieces that we're making today apparently are going to be mirrored inside, which will allow the viewer to experience that connection between the body, the art, and the place that that art and the person is. With some of these pieces, this is kind of a similar concept where our artist is inspired by the body as well as nature. Some examples of this would be trees and rocks. And the artist is inspired to make these pieces because she has moved from France to the Pacific Northwest and then to Australia. And she's saying that she felt kind of a disconnect when moving around. And so she wants to bring a connection between the art and the body, like where you are and the place. And we actually have multiple places that some of these final pieces will be going to. And this is what I was really making sure I got down correctly, because we have 3 artist exhibits that our visiting artist is going to be putting some of this final work in. One of them is going to be in Melbourne, Australia. It's called Craft Victoria, and that'll be at the end of November, so that one's coming up the soonest. And then there is Something Machine, which is the name. This will be in Bellport, New York in November. And then in early December, this was one that she seemed pretty excited about. There will be an exhibit in Design Miami, which is the gallery name, but it's by Mouvement Modernes, which is kind of movement modern, but in French. And anyways, that's kind of the overview. Once again, all these pieces are kind of relating to the human body and kind of connecting yourself with the places around you. And if you guys have any further questions about the visiting artist, feel free to just let me know, and I can always grab her attention or ask your questions for you. And I'll make sure to follow along with what they're doing in the hot shop. They're just kind of getting started right now. Yeah, all this down here, these are all kind of like color samples. So this is how the color starts, which is really interesting. It's called Color Bar. And self-explanatory name, it's just a bar of solid colored glass. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't control the microphone, but eventually we'll have some closed captioning up on the screen, so hopefully that'll help. But yeah, these are just color samples. This is not like a final product. Now, over on that left bench, the beginning of the process, this is us applying some color to the glass in the first place. This is how we got the color across the entire piece for all of these previously made blown pieces. This is called a color drop or a color overlay. And I just realized I haven't given you an overview of the hot shop yet, so that's something I want to talk about as well. So these furnaces, you might be wondering how hot they are. These open-faced ones that we're going to be using a lot, these are running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. I think that was about like 1200 degrees Celsius. I can't quite remember. I'd have to look up the conversion. And then this large tank with the closed door, this is actually our glass furnace. It's holding a giant crucible of molten glass inside of it, like a pool of lava. So that's really cool. This one is currently charging, so it's melting down new glass mixture, which is why you see these flames kind of licking out from the sides of the door. But this one is the one we're going to be using today because it has already melted glass. That's pretty much it. And then we'll be using some torches later on as well. I'll make sure to mention those when we see them because we do have different kinds. But the power for the furnaces is natural gas and forced air. So this is your first kind of glimpse into us using the glass furnace. So as you saw, there's nothing on the pipe when we went in, and it's kind of like gathering honey on a wooden dowel. All we do is we stick that heated pipe into the glass and then turn, and that sticks onto the pipe, forming a ball of molten glass on the end. So this is how we start all of our projects, whether it's blown, whether it's solid sculptural pieces. We always have to start with just a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe. Yeah, so over on that right bench, we have an artist who's coming to help our visiting artist. His name's Eric Wall. He's been here at the museum before a few times, at least, many times really. And he's making some sculptural elements. Once again, these are all made out of clear glass only. It looks orange when he's working with the glass just because of how hot it is. It's radiating light as well as heat. But this is going to end up kind of a teardrop shape, is what he told me. And he was pointing to these pieces on the front pedestal for me, which are basically what these clear pieces are going to be used for. They're going to be slumped together, which is going to create kind of an interesting abstract optical piece. But of course, it looks like this is going to be a little bit of a bigger scale. These pieces on the front pedestal are a lot smaller than even just the singular objects he's making over here. And he made one earlier. It was kind of like a peanut shape. It looks like they're going to be fit together almost like puzzle pieces and then melted. So it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, we have a lot of projects all going on at the same time. So I'll just try to keep on top of that. Yeah, and just to mention real quick, this is the very beginning of the day. We will be working on these projects all day until about 5 p.m. And if you guys feel like this is the only time I can come in, I'm gonna miss something, we actually have a live stream feed of the hot shop every single day that we're open in the Museum of Glass. And so you can even go back like years and find an old live stream of any artists you want. They're all, oops, my mic cut out. They're all labeled by the artist's name and everything. So don't feel like you're going to miss anything. Don't force yourself to stay around. Might be a little bit of a slow start. The beginning of the project is always just a little bit like you're building up all the layers of glass before you can even shape it and turn it into its final form. And by the way, this residency goes all the way through Sunday as well. So we'll have 2 more days of making after today. Yeah, and once again, over on that right bench, Eric is making this teardrop shape. So he's hanging it down, stretching the glass out using gravity, basically. So this is a really nice little setup we have. We can actually hang our pipe up and kind of just walk away from the piece of glass for a little bit. And this is especially nice if the glass is really hot. It's going to be moving around quite a bit. We don't want it to fall off center, so we need it to be hanging with that glass kind of pulled towards the ground. And we now have camera access and closed captioning, which is awesome. You guys will be able to understand me a lot better. And this is what we've been working on over on that left bench. So I assume that this might be a little bit of prep work for our projects just in general. This is probably going to turn into something called a color cup, which we have some examples right here. This is a color cup on this front table here. It's just a cup of colored glass with a round bottom. And this is going to be really helpful. What we do to use it is we create another bubble of glass, whether this is another color or if it's just clear, and we will stuff it inside of that cup when it's hot to pick it up. And that gives us the color all the way on the surface of the piece. And after breaking that piece off from the pipe, we're torching that end from which we broke it off, just getting rid of the sharpness and making sure we have a really smooth surface. And then we'll probably put this completely away inside of one of our annealers. And our annealers are across the hot shop. We have these ones on the far walls, which it looks like this is the one that Eric is going to be using. Yeah, so this is sitting at around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hold everything at that temperature that we put in it throughout the day. And then when we're ready, we just press a button and everything inside slowly cools down overnight. So we'll be using this all day. So we have two exciting things going on at the same time. Over on that left bench, we've just attached a pipe to the bottom of this piece, allowing us to break the piece off from its original pipe. This gives us access to the other side of the piece. That's pretty much the entire purpose of it. So now we can open that bubble up into that cup shape. And then over on the right or more side of the hot shop, this is the process of us filling up our glass furnace, which we don't get to see super often, so I think it's really cool. But this is the raw mixture of silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, and a little bit of limestone. It gets thrown into the furnace, and it melts down for about a day. And for those who just joined in or recently joined in, I haven't talked about our visiting artist in a little while. So just up in the front a moment ago, that was our visiting artist. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. I think I got that right. And she has traveled many places. She lived in France, moved to the Pacific Northwest for a little while, and then moved to Australia where she currently lives. And I mention this because this is kind of relating to her artwork. She was telling me earlier today that she kind of felt a disconnect when moving around to those different places. Of course, you're trying to adapt to new cultures, new surroundings. And so she wants to find ways to connect the art to kind of the body and the places that the art is in. And so to do that, she's doing many different things. She's made pieces that you can actually look through, such as this one right here. And we have some really cool image examples that I'll be able to show you later as to how she uses these with photography. And she is also creating some pieces today that she's going to mirror on the inside, like put a mirror finish. And so the viewer can actually look inside of the piece and see themselves literally connected with the art in some sort of way. And these pieces are all going into multiple upcoming exhibitions. The closest one, sorry, let me look at my notes here. The closest one is going to be in Melbourne, Australia. It's at Craft Victoria, and that'll be at the end of September. And of course, I have a ton more information about the visiting artist, and I can always ask her more questions if you guys have any, so just let me know if you do have any questions. But all these pieces are kind of abstract, just to put it in a very general term. And so we're going to be continuing to work on these pieces, and then once again, we will see some pieces that will eventually have a mirror finish inside of them. And this is still pretty much the beginning of the process. Over on that left bench, what we have a view of on the screen is something called a color cup. It's just a cup of colored glass, as the name might suggest, with this nice round bottom. And later on, we will create another bubble of glass, whether it has color on it, whether it's clear, and we will stuff it inside of that cup to pick it up on the very outside of that bubble. And that creates a layer of white color on the very outside of whatever we make, basically. And then at the center bench, it looks like we might be starting something different. Gabe, who's inside of the furnace at the moment, has a piece of color on the end of his pipe, which is coming from something like this, by the way. This is called color bar, and this is how we create kind of this really smooth, even layer of color. So it looks like with that cup of colored glass I made over on the left bench, they've placed it inside of this large silver box right here called the garage. And this is just holding whatever we put inside of it at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So just warm enough to not crack or break from thermal shock, not hot enough to melt or change shape. So it's just going to rest in there until we're ready to use it later on. So they're telling me that they're going to have to make that color cup again. They're saving this one and putting it aside, but they're not going to use it for this specific project. They said that there's something wrong with the color. So they're going to start that same process over on the left bench, where they take a piece of this color bar, they'll melt it down, and they'll drop it on top of a bubble, and then blow that bubble out to create the cup. So you'll get to see that whole kind of starting process. If you guys want to check back in later, that's totally fine too. We'll be here all the way until 5 p.m. Oh, right. But I was going to say I could answer your question on the screen, so that way it'll be easier. But with this cup that they've set aside, they're not going to use it for this specific project, but they don't want to waste that super expensive, nice color. So instead, they're probably going to use it for a less important project or even save it for different artists who might want to use that color despite its flaws. Maybe they don't even have a plan for it specifically yet, but they do know that they don't want to waste that color. Just kind of the bottom line. Yeah, so welcome into the Hot Shop. Today we have a visiting artist with us, and her name is. Wait. Okay, so her name is Nadège. Desgenétez, and she's over on the left in the striped shirt. Just to point her out to you all, it's going to take me a few tries to get everything right in my spiel, but she's here making some abstract forms, and we have some of these pieces already made. She's been here since Wednesday making a variety of these pieces, and all of these pieces are supposed to kind of be inspired by the human body and nature, such as trees and rocks. Oh, and by the way, I have closed captioning on the screen. I know it can be really hard to understand me in the hot shop, so I want to point that out before I move on. But she's moved from France to the Pacific Northwest and then to Australia, where she currently lives, and she's just back here for this residency. But she's inspired by that experience of hers and feeling kind of disconnected when moving around. And so she wants to create pieces that are going to connect the art to kind of the body and the places that the art is in. And so some of these pieces specifically are going to have a mirror finish on the inside of them. And I don't know the exact process of that, but I know that it includes like a liquid silver, which is really cool. And this will make it so that the viewer can actually kind of be a part of the piece. They'll see themselves inside of this vessel, which is cool. And then these pieces are going into multiple upcoming exhibits. The one that's coming up the quickest, is what I was going to say, is going to be in Melbourne, Australia. It'll be at Craft Victoria at the end of September. So you'll see some of these pieces on display, and I have more information about the visiting artist, such as even more upcoming exhibits. And if you guys have any questions about her, feel free to let me know. We're just kind of starting the process still. Over on the right, we have an artist who's making these clear glass abstract shapes. And these are all sculptural, so they're not blown, they're completely solid, and they're going to be used to create things like these clear pieces on the front pedestal. I wonder if I could kind of show it off a little bit better. But this was kind of slumped, and slumped is when you kind of partially melt the glass, but not fully. So this will connect all of these multiple pieces of clear sculptural glass together, but it's not going to just create a puddle. Yeah, so that's what's happening over on this right bench. And then on the left and center bench, this is where they're going to be working on the main projects, such as some blown pieces like these. But they're waiting for some color to heat up right now, so they're just waiting at the moment. Yeah, so we're just starting the very beginning of the process. On the screen, we have a really good view of that left bench where Eric is heating up and shaping a piece of solid colored glass. It's really hard to describe the color for this glass. It's this almost sort of grayish color is what I saw earlier, almost like this one maybe. But we're heating that up until it's completely molten, and then we're going to drop it on top of a small clear bubble of glass. That's what it's usually used as anyways. But this process is called a color drop or a color overlay because we are overlaying that color over top of whatever we have. And just to point out, it looks like we already do have one other layer of color on the end of this pipe. So we are doing a double color overlay, so 2 layers of color on top of each other. And just based off of what I saw earlier in the day when they were starting, but they had a little error, so they had to restart. We will be making a giant color cup out of all of this glass that they're using. And a color cup is exactly what it sounds like. It's a cup of colored glass. And how we use that is we will then create another bubble of glass, whether this has a different color on it, whether it's just clear, and we will stuff it inside of the cup to pick it up. And that creates a layer of color on just the very outside of the piece. And after dropping this molten color on top of the end of the pipe, this is being rolled on the marver, this metal table, which is simply pushing and kind of rolling this color back until it completely covers up all of that glass on the end. So when we start blowing this out, that layer of color will get thinner and thinner, but it's going to be covering the entire piece, which is how we get a solid color across an entire piece in the first place. So this is a really common method of coloring the glass. Yeah, and then once again over on this right bench, Eric has been creating all these different sculptural pieces. So these are not blown. Instead, they are completely solid, and they are made out of clear glass only. They're going to be used to create some pieces kind of like these on the front pedestal right here, where we have these sort of abstract shapes. And this is from slumping multiple of those sculpted pieces together inside of a kiln. So sometimes with the color, when rolling it on the metal table, it can pick up small particles. Sometimes they come with small air bubbles in them. So we're just using this small handheld Dremel to get rid of those particles before we move on. Otherwise, we permanently have those stuck in our piece. And I described this glass that we're working with over on the right bench as clear, but it's glowing this red or orange color just because of how hot it is. So while they're working with the glass, it always looks a different color than it actually is. But as it cools down, it becomes closer and closer to its true color. So this is going to be orange almost the entire time while he's working with it. But when it starts cooling down, it'll start turning a little bit more clear. And just to give you an idea of how hot the glass is, when it's coming freshly out of the glass furnace, which is this large tank with a closed door holding a giant ceramic crucible of molten glass, fresh out of that furnace, it's right at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's kind of like a honey texture at that point. And I know quite a few new people have joined here and there, so I just want to give another little overview, talk about who we have here, what we're doing today in general. So today we have a visiting artist with us. Her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she is the one in the striped shirt over on the left side of the hot shop, just to point her out to you all. So she has lived here before in the Pacific Northwest, but she's just come back for this residency this time. She originally lived in France, then lived here in the Pacific Northwest, then moved to Australia, where she currently lives. And this is being mentioned because this is kind of inspiring her work. So as she was moving around, she was describing that she kind of felt disconnected when moving. You know, when you're moving, you're kind of getting adapted to that space. And so to bring this into her art, she wants to connect the art to kind of the body and the places. And so she's inspired by the human body and nature, such as trees and rocks. And some of these pieces will literally kind of connect the viewer in a way because they will be mirroring the inside of the glass, putting a mirror finish on it. So when you look inside of the piece, you'll actually see yourself inside of the piece, which is really cool. And I believe we'll be working on one of those exact pieces today. The only thing is you won't see the mirroring process done in the hot shop. This is something that they do when the glass is solid and cooled at a later date. But over on that right bench, we have Eric, who is working on some sculptural pieces, so solid, clear glass. that'll be used to slump together with other sculptural clear glass to create pieces like this on the front pedestal, which you guys can totally come and take a look at any of the work down in the front here if you'd like. And then over at the center and left bench, we're working on completely different projects. So we're just working on multiple projects at the same time. This bubble that we have on the screen or over on the left bench, this actually has 2 layers of color inside of it already, coming from something called color bar, which are these sticks of colored glass on the front table. So this is kind of like how we start the process is we will melt down a section of solid colored glass, and we'll use it on top of a clear bubble of glass. So we actually just have a thin layer of color inside of almost any glass piece you'll see, but it's mostly clear glass. And I haven't pulled up the slideshow showing off our visiting artist artwork in a little while. So up on the screen, there's that slideshow now. And I just want to show this off. Once again, this is our visiting artist artwork. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. So once again, you'll see that the inspiration for a lot of these pieces is the human body and nature. And some of these pieces, including some that we have down on the floor currently, like these ones are meant to be looked through instead of being looked at, which of course they still will be looked at. But when you look through this piece, it's almost like you're looking at a landscape. It has all of these indentations on the inside of the piece. And there is kind of an example photo that'll be in the slideshow at some point. Oh, actually, just as I talk about it, this one right here, this is exactly like looking inside of these cone-shaped pieces that we have down on the hot shop floor right now. And of course, if you guys have any questions about the visiting artists, about the artwork, or just about the glass in general, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So over on this left bench, we're actually going to start blowing this bubble up a little bit soon. In the very beginning, we apply our color, and then we start building up layers of mass, which is basically just layers of clear glass over and over again to make the piece bigger, of course. And then once again, this has 2 layers of color on it. It has this darker layer inside of a sort of transparent color, and then it has this almost cream-colored layer of glass on the very outside. And this center bench, we kind of have the opposite thing going on. We've applied that cream-colored glass first onto the end of the pipe, and we're now melting down this darker transparent color. Gabe has it on the end of his pipe right now. So if you missed the coloring process earlier, this is exactly how we do it. We'll melt down that color, and then we'll literally drop it onto the end of our pipe by holding the pipe upright. And then this color is slowly rolled back until it completely covers up that bubble, until it completely covers up that previous layer of color. And over on that left bench, they have just gathered one more layer of clear over top of this glass. If you haven't seen the glass furnace yet, I should point out that this is it right here with the closed door that Gabe is going inside of. It's holding a giant ceramic tank inside of it, kind of like a crucible, and this is holding a pool of molten glass. So all we do is we stick a heated pipe or glass, if we already have glass on the end of our pipe, into that, and we turn, and this gathers a ball on the end, kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. And the glass in there is sitting at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, just about. So over on that left bench, you can see we've blown this bubble out quite a bit. And it looks like pretty soon we'll get ready to create something called the jack line, which is a really important step in the process. So we'll go in with a pair of jacks, which are 2 metal blades, and then carve a line in the glass. And this is kind of like our breaking point. But for now, we've just been continuing to use this pad. And we don't see these super often. Usually we just use folded up newspaper soaked with water. But this is a carbon fiber pad that we're using right now. And this is actually stuffed with newspaper and soaked with water. So still very similar, but it's going to burn a lot less. This pad is used for shaping for the most part. It's kind of as close as you'll see the artists get to using their hands to shape the glass. So this right here is actually just a little bit of prep work, basically. They are adding a couple of layers of clear on the end of a solid pipe, and they're going to set it aside to stay warm inside of this big silver box right here. And this is done because we need to eventually attach that pipe to the end of the piece that we're making. And since these pieces are so large, we need to start building up those layers pretty early. So that's just a little bit of prep work that Gabe has right here. And meanwhile, at this center bench here, we have Ben, who's working with a couple of inverse colors, kind of as to the left bench. But I still have to check in on exactly what these two bubbles are being used for. All that I was told is that we're making an abstract piece at this moment. And all of these pieces can be described that way. So we'll see what they make. And I think I will check in with them in just a moment. And so I described to some of you guys earlier that this piece over on the left bench is turning into a stuffed cup. But for those who didn't hear that, that is basically this shape right here on the front pedestal. This is a stuffed cup itself. This is just a much smaller one. So this one that we'll be making over on the left bench is going to be much larger. And this bubble that we're making at the center bench is actually going to be brought up to a bigger size, so blown out a little bit. We'll gather more layers of clear, and we'll be stuffing this bubble inside of that cup to pick it up. Yeah. I don't know if you guys have seen a stuffed cup before, but basically what they'll do is they'll keep this cup hot, and then they will stretch, kind of elongate the bubble that they're going to be stuffing inside, and they simply kind of just let it drop, then pick it up, and that gives us a layer of color on the very outside of our piece. But we actually have 2 layers of color on this piece of the center bench and then 2 layers of color on the piece over on the left bench. And it's looking like they use the same colors, just in a different order. So the color that's on the outside of that piece is going to also be the color on the inside of the piece because of this. It's a little bit complex, but very interesting. So we'll have 4 layers of color within this one piece. And so this piece, the final product, is going to be mirrored on the inside. It's going to have a mirror finish. And I was describing to some people earlier, this is so that the viewer can look inside of the piece and they'll be able to see themselves in the piece in a way. And I was also talking with one of the artists at the center bench, and he was talking about the gradients of color on these pieces. So this bubble that they're working on over on the left bench, I'm sure you could already tell, but there is a gradient of color on this one. It's richer towards the end, furthest away from the pipe, and then it's kind of fading out a little bit closer to the pipe. And then this one at the center bench is going to be a gradient in a different way. And I'm not sure what that way is yet. I haven't seen it blown out. But these gradients will come together and kind of add to each other. And you'll see this in her other work as well, our visiting artist's other work, who, once again, she is the one in the striped shirt over on the left. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. If you want to look up her work, she has many more pictures than we have, I'm sure. And then, of course, could I have her work up on the screen, please? Yeah, so if you haven't seen it already, I just want to point it out again. Her work will be up on the screen in the form of a slideshow. And I personally want to look out for some of these gradients that they were talking about. They say it's pretty subtle, but putting a gradient into glass is relatively difficult, especially if you want to control which way the gradient is going. Now, over on that left bench, they have already created the jack line, which once again is a divot or a line in the glass, kind of near the pipe. This will be our breaking point later on. We'll get ready to break that piece off of the pipe. And you'll be able to tell when this happens when we bring over a second pipe and attach it to the center of the bottom of the piece. And can we have a view of the left bench, please? Thank you. So once again, over on this left bench, we're getting ready to break this bubble off of the pipe, and we have a view of it up on the screen now. The way we do this is we attach a second pipe to the bottom, and then all we do is we break this piece off from its original pipe. Sometimes it's as simple as applying a little bit of pressure to that connection point and then tapping the pipe. Sometimes that connection is thick enough that we need to apply some water to crack that connection, which you'll probably see later on. So now that we've broken that piece off of the pipe over on the left bench, we're working on opening it up, kind of flaring it out into, once again, this shape that we have right here on the front pedestal. Just kind of this straight walled but round bottomed cup. Round bottomed cup. Sorry, my mic will cut out every now and then, but I do have closed captioning up on the screen. That helps a little bit. And then at the center bench, we're continuing to shape this bubble into this long kind of tapered shape. And this is so that it will fit properly inside of this bubble. We want to make sure it doesn't touch the walls of the cup as we're going in. Otherwise, we can kind of get stuck and it won't be able to go all the way down. And over on that left bench, we've already flared this open quite a bit. And once again, there's our visiting artist in that striped shirt. So once again, I want to point out that we have this really interesting, rich, transparent color on both of these bubbles, left bench and center bench. But we also have this white layer of color that's semi-transparent. So we're able to see through that white layer and we can see that color a lot better now that the glass has cooled down. At the center bench, they're letting this sit and cool down. So they're just sitting, spinning it back and forth, making sure it doesn't fall off center. And then they will eventually gather one more layer of clear over top of it. We always let that internal temperature go down a little bit before we get our next layer of clear, just to make sure that it's not going to start moving around like crazy as soon as we get that next layer. And the center bench, we're still keeping this piece cool, but at this point we are going into the furnace every now and then to make sure that it doesn't get too cold. Otherwise we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. On that, over on that left bench, as they're continuing to open this piece up, they're not actually pushing the piece open from the inside, as you might imagine. Instead, they are quickly turning the pipe, which is creating centrifugal force and flaring the glass outward. And they're controlling how far this piece flares out by keeping that pad on the outside. But that's exactly how they're opening this piece, instead of just kind of cranking it open with a tool. Now, earlier in the day today, we did create one of these color cups, actually, of this exact color and pattern. And this was set aside in the garage here, which they're planning on using for a project later on. But there was something about the color that they weren't happy with for this specific project. So that's what they're checking on whenever they go to this box here. And we've just gotten one more layer of clear. We're letting some of this clear glass drip off the end of the pipe and into a bucket. This is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And the purpose of having this clear is, yes, to build up a little bit of mass, but mostly to kind of superheat the surface of the glass. Now, over on that left bench, we've just broken that cup off the end of the pipe, and this is sitting upright inside of a ring mold. They're making sure it's perfectly straight up and down, so that way when they go in with this bubble, once again, they are going straight into the bottom. They're not tagging the sides as they go in. So this is how a stuff cup works. Once again, we've stuffed that one bubble inside of that cup. So now we have that layer of color on the very outside of the bubble. And from here, this is when we would start blowing it out and turning it into its final form. And to continue working with this glass, we have to make sure that this cup is touched all the way down around the entire bubble. You can see there's quite a bit of overhang. So we're going to start rolling it across the marver, this metal table, which will slowly touch that cup down. And this torch that Gabe is holding, this is going to be kind of loud, so this is when I'll point out the closed captioning on the screen. This fluffy torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, so we're using this torch to heat up basically just that overhang area as we're rolling it across the marver. This area of glass is a little bit thin. We don't want it to get cold, and we want to make sure to, once again, press that cup all the way down. Yes, so I should point out that our visiting artist, once again, the one in the striped shirt, name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she has only brought herself in. Everyone else here works at the Museum of Glass, except for one other, Eric Wall, but he's just a local who decided to come in and help out, basically. They all know each other. Our visiting artist has been in this area before she moved to where she lives currently, which is in Australia. So yeah, they are all here making this glass together, but our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, they work here full time and they'll help anyone that comes through. They'll also make items for the store and they'll make commission pieces. Right now, they've been working on a lot of pieces for our upcoming auction, for example, called Red Hot. That's coming up really soon here, actually, I think in about a month. But yeah, I get a lot of questions about like, who are these people, by the way? So yeah, just a little bit more information. So that is a really complicated process. We don't make the color ourselves. We get it shipped in this bar form called Color Bar, and we'll melt down sections of this and use it. But to simplify it, it's different minerals and metal oxides that are mixed into the glass that give us those colors. And one exact one that I have on the top of my head is gold chloride, so gold and then chlorine of some form. And this creates a sort of purplish, pinkish, reddish color. It's one of the most expensive colors of glass because it has literal gold inside of it. So whenever you're looking for vintage ruby glass, it's that color right there. It has that sort of purplish, pinkish hue. And we call it in the hot shop, I think, cranberry pink. Yeah. So a lot of people ask about glass art education, like how do people get into it in the first place? And every single artist story is pretty different. For example, Gabe apparently was like living in a van because he was traveling a lot, and then he happened to be across from a hot shop and then just kind of started working there. So some people start working in a hot shop and they'll kind of work their way up and become professionals. Some people can go to classes in different schools like colleges. There is glass schools specifically too, like Pilchuck, which is 2 hours north of us. And then out here, there's a program called Hilltop Artists, which I actually started in at 15, which allows kids to blow glass. So many, like infinite options as to how you can get started in glass. But a lot of it comes down to luck because you need luck to either have money or to have access to glass. Glass is a very expensive art, I will admit. And while we are continuing to work on this piece at the center bench, one of our employees as well as glass artist Nick is loading up one of our furnaces with a fresh glass mixture. And I always like to point out when this happens because a lot of people don't know how the process starts in the beginning. Where do we even get the glass? So this is kind of a raw sand mixture with a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and this is dumped straight into the furnace and it melts down over the course of a day. And that's pretty much it. So he's been working on that all day so far over on the right furnace. Yeah, there's actually many different kinds of glass. Of course, as you might imagine, there's prescription glasses, there's like windshields. All of them are completely different ingredients, completely different processes. But this is a soda lime glass. Other types of art glass that are used in the museum as well as other places are borosilicate glass. That one is really interesting to me. It's a scientific glass, so they usually use it to make things like beakers, for example. It's a scientific glass, and it can handle high heat. At the center bench, we were sitting and letting that glass cool down a little bit. Then we went over to the left and used our pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into to cool it down. And just based off the fact that we're sitting and letting this cool down, I am assuming that we're getting another layer of clear glass over top of this, which means that this piece is going to turn out even bigger than it already is. And this has not been blown out very much yet either. This glass is really thick, so it can get pretty large. And I also want to mention that even if a piece is only like 20 pounds of glass on the end of the pipe, the leverage it has against you all the way on the end of the pipe makes it feel like 3 to 5 times heavier than it actually is, depending on how long the piece is, depending on how thick the pipe is, how long the pipe is. So while they're carrying around this 20-pound piece, it could feel like 100 pounds. No, that's okay. I can describe it again. So all of these little discs on this front table here, these are color samples of the colors that we have laid out. And what determines the final color is basically just what we start with. There are some changes you can make while you're blowing the glass. For example, if you torch the glass with a special flame, this will pull the metals to the surface of the piece, and it creates a mirror-like or kind of iridescent finish, exactly like this piece right here. So this one has this sort of reflective finish on the inside. But yeah, all of these different pieces of color bar, once again, this solid colored glass has different metals and minerals mixed inside of it in the first place, and we don't make them, we just ship them in. And while we're working with the glass, I do want to point out, it looks like a very different color than the final product just because of that bright orange color from how hot the glass is. It's radiating light as well as heat. And yeah, that's pretty much my rundown of color. So I've just been told we're going to be adding one more detail to this glass. And this is something that we don't see super often, so I'm kind of excited to talk about it. So I already told you that the mixture of this glass is a soda lime glass. Well, we're actually going to be using even more soda, baking soda, to create some air bubbles in the glass itself. And this is something that used to be done kind of accidentally, just from having a different or kind of odd mixture in the soda lime glass, like a little bit too much baking soda. But we actually use it purposefully relatively often to create small air bubbles inside of the piece. So we'll be seeing that pretty soon. I've been told that we're going to be spraying the baking soda water onto the glass. And when we spray water onto glass, it is technically going to crack it, but these cracks can easily be rehealed for this piece because it's so large and so thick. And we've just gone around the corner to our powder booth. And we use this booth frequently when we're working with glass powder. Obviously, it's really dangerous to inhale powdered glass, so this is a really well-ventilated space. And this is where we're spraying that baking soda onto the glass. So the way this works is they apply the baking soda, and then they will have to gather one more layer of clear over top of it, and this is basically just going to trap those small air bubbles right where they've placed the baking soda. And now that this glass is cooled down, this is a lot closer to the true color of the piece, and you can see that gradient a lot better too. Yeah, so this was once again a strip gather, a partial layer of that clear glass. And now that we have gathered that clear, we should start to see those air bubbles trapped underneath. Yeah, as this glass cools down, we can see those air bubbles better and better. And right here, Ben is just picking off some bits of glass off the very end of the bubble, probably getting rid of some particles trapped in the glass. And next we've moved over to the center bench where we'll start to actually blow this piece out and turn it into its final form. Before blowing a piece out, we always use the block first, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. And for the larger blocks, we actually just don't have a handle on them. We set them on the bench and we roll the glass inside of them. So this is just smoothing out the very surface of the glass. It's going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all of this. We can't see the bubble right now, but there is already one inside. So this is where we start to inflate the piece. So Gabe is blowing into the end of the pipe every now and then. This air travels through and inflates that glass like a balloon. At the same time, Ben is going in with a pad and just kind of controlling which way the bubble blows out. And next we're going in with the jacks, these two blades. This is a really important step. We're carving in a jack line, which honestly takes a lot of force. You can see they're squeezing with both hands. This creates a line in the glass from which we break the piece off later on. And of course, hanging this glass down is stretching it out just a little bit, using gravity as a tool to create a longer, narrower piece. And you might be wondering what our visiting artist Nadège is doing with the paddles. She's doing something called shielding, just protecting the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating off of the glass. This is especially more important the larger the piece is. When you're close to it, you could feel all of that heat coming off of it. It looks like next we're going in with a couple of corkwood paddles. And these are always used to flatten the glass, sometimes at an angle, sometimes to create kind of a paddle-like shape. But the point of having these corkwood paddles is basically to have an insulating material to shape the glass. We don't want to pull a lot of heat out of the glass. We don't want to thermally shock it by touching it with anything metal at this point. So those wooden paddles are really helpful. So this is where the shaping of the piece is starting to take place. And I see quite a few new people have joined in, so I do want to give a little overview, talk about who we have here and what we have going on in general. So today we do have a visiting artist. You may have seen that sign as you came in through the hot shop door. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the striped shirt up in the front here. Everyone else here is mostly our Museum of Glass hot shop team. They work here full time for the museum, making glass art. They'll help visiting artists that come through like today, or they will make items for the store or for upcoming auctions, commission pieces, but they're always down here doing something. And today, Nadège is creating a piece that is going to have a sort of mirror-like finish on the inside. So I'm pretty excited to see the final product. But this is something that's done when the glass is cold on a later date. So we're just going to see the overall shaping of the piece today. And some of these pieces are going into upcoming exhibits. The one that's coming up the soonest is going to be in Melbourne, Australia, where our visiting artist actually currently lives and works. This is going to be in Craft Victoria at the end of September. And because all of these pieces were designed by her, she's coming in and she's giving her input every step of the way while they're continuing to work on this piece. Yeah, so while they use the corkwood paddles, they tend to burn a lot, smoke a lot, and so that was actually compressed air, and they were using it to blow the smoke away from the artist's face. Yeah, sometimes we'll use it to cool the glass down, but that's not how we were using it in this case. And once again, these fluffy flames here, these run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches are used to heat up just a section of glass at a time instead of the entire thing overall, like we do the furnace. So it looks like we're heating up just the end of the bubble. And after heating up the bottom of the piece a little bit more, we come back to the bench and we started spinning it very rapidly. And this, if you didn't know, is creating centrifugal force, basically the outward pulling force from that spinning. So this has flared the piece out a little bit. It's also gotten the bottom to be just a little bit more flat. All of this is just to shape the piece overall. And sometimes after shaping with those corkwood paddles, there will be small particles left in the surface of the glass, so we just want to brush those off before we melt it down again in any sort of way, making sure that they don't permanently stick to the glass. I know, it's surprising. It's just a straw, like, little broom. So the temperature of the furnaces are between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, usually kind of in the middle or on the higher side, honestly. And the same thing with the torches here. They are used to heat up a section of the glass at a time instead, though, instead of the entire thing like we usually do in the furnace. And right here, we're still in the shaping stage of this piece, but this is a really large piece of glass. I'd say it's not super often that you see something this big being made. So these are corkwood paddles, and they're just being used to shape the piece overall. And the reason we use wood, even though it's going to burn, is because it's an insulating material. So when we touch it to the glass, it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of it. It allows it to be shaped longer, and it's also just safer for the glass, making sure it doesn't break from thermal shock. And kind of behind the scenes, Gabe has been working on the end of the pipe using this mouthpiece. He can blow air in when asked, and he can also cover up the end of the pipe like he's been doing right now with his thumb. And this is holding pressure inside of the piece because we can actually push air back out of the pipe. Sometimes we do this purposefully to kind of get divots or collapse the piece in on itself. Yeah, with a piece of glass this big, we don't really want to set it aside and keep it warm for a long period of time. Instead, we usually want to try to finish it in this one sitting. We can technically cool down a piece and then bring it back up to temperature though. So we can actually have multiple day projects, which is really cool. And this is especially important for really intricate designs. But yeah, this piece should all be finished in one sitting. So we'll be finishing it probably within an hour at least. It's not really an exact number, but what we look for is we look for the color kind of leaving the piece, and that tells us that the glass is getting cold because it usually radiates light as well as heat, so it'll glow a little bit. And as soon as that glow goes away, we know it's kind of getting dangerously cold, especially when the glass is not moving very much. Then we know it's really solid. We need to make sure to keep it above a certain temperature, otherwise it can break. So we go in over and over again. But as for working on this section here, they're probably looking for color for the most part until they see it glowing quite a bit. Then they know it's malleable enough to start blowing that section out. When we work with the glass, it's kind of at a taffy or putty texture is the best way to describe it. It's moving, but it's not moving very much. And this allows for controlled movement, of course. Yeah, so we need to heat up the glass really slowly and cool down the glass very slowly, otherwise we risk thermal shock. And a really good example of some thermal shock that you might have seen like online is maybe a video of someone pouring boiling water on their frozen windshield in the winter in hopes that it's going to melt that ice off, but instead it shatters their windshield. So that's an example of thermal shock working in that way. But in the other way, if we cool the glass down too quickly, like if we break this off and just leave it on the floor, that will also crack it. So instead, we use these large black boxes called annealers, and it's programmed to cool at a certain rate. And we can change that programming depending on how thick the glass is and everything. It's very specific. And the average or kind of normal annealing cycle is about 12 hours. For these pieces, I think it's a little bit longer because those pieces that are in that box are from yesterday and they're still cooling down. So these pieces probably won't be seen for a couple of days. Yeah, and all the ones that are out, these were made on Wednesday, by the way. And whenever you see the artist swinging, or even sometimes you'll see a 360 spin all the way around, this is creating centrifugal force once again, but instead of pulling it outward in the kind of direction this way, it's pulling it outward in this direction. So we're lengthening this bubble a little bit more. I know, it's always really impressive to see. And just in case some of you guys haven't seen it yet, I do want to show off a slideshow or visiting artist artwork. I think there have been a few people that have joined here and there, so that's up on the screen now. So this is going to be a slideshow of the artwork that's been previously made, as well as some inspiration photos and how some of this artwork is used. For example, a lot of these pieces that are out right now, like these cone-shaped ones, these are meant to be looked through instead of looked at. So our artist actually takes photos through these pieces, kind of landscapes, and you'll see an example of one of those photos on the screen in the slideshow here. All of these pieces are inspired by the body and nature, such as trees and rocks. Oh, and here's that example of looking through one of those cone-shaped pieces. Once again, we have many of these in the hot shop right at this moment. I think they're really cool. And that concept of looking through the glass instead of looking at the glass is a really good way to put it. And the piece that we're making today eventually is going to have a mirroring finish inside of it. And this is going to make it so when you look inside, you kind of see yourself. Once again, just kind of bringing in the inspiration of the human body and nature. Thank you. So our artist has actually told me that she has 3 upcoming exhibits that she's going to be partaking in. And the one that is coming up the soonest is going to be in Melbourne, Australia, where she currently lives and works. And they'll be at Craft Victoria at the end of September, specifically. So some of these pieces will be going into that one. She's also going to have an exhibit in November at Something Machine, which is in Bellport, New York. So that one's a little bit closer. And yeah. Yeah, the artist is the one in the striped shirt. Her name is Nadège Desgenétez. So it might have been hard to tell, but right there, that was an example of us kind of sucking air out of the piece and kind of dipping the glass in on itself, if that makes sense. Creating an indentation, basically. So we use this smaller handheld torch, which is a super hot torch, by the way. It gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, to heat up just a really small section of glass about this big. And then the person on the end of the pipe sucked air out of the pipe, and that kind of indented the glass in on itself. And we do this relatively frequently for pieces. I'm not quite sure how it works, but apparently the air is not hot at all when it comes out, no matter how much you pull out. Yeah, it's like, maybe I imagine it as like the pipe cooling it down as it comes out, maybe. Yeah, it's hard for me to picture. Yeah, so welcome again to anyone that's recently joined in. This is an abstract piece that is being designed and made by our visiting artist, Nadège Desgenétez, and there might be a little bit of information in your pamphlet about her, I hope, but she's been making a huge variety of abstract forms this entire residency so far. She started here on Wednesday and is going to be here all the way through Sunday. Now, this piece that we're working on specifically right now, you're going to see the entire process of making the form itself inside of the hot shop, but there is one more thing that is going to be done with it that's going to really add to the final look, which is they're going to be mirroring the inside of the glass piece. So when you look inside of it, you'll see your own reflection. Yeah, I actually was just talking to a couple of people in the front about it. So it is a solution. I don't know the exact process of it. I've never seen it done here at the Museum of Glass. Instead, our visiting artist is going to do it herself or bring it to someone to be done. But this is done when the glass is completely cooled down on a later date, and they will literally fill the piece with a solution and kind of move it around to coat the inside. And this is a solution that I think contains silver and aluminum. I could be wrong, but I think I've heard that it contains silver and aluminum in some sort of way. And it's not like molten metal, it's a solution. So, yeah. So the visiting artist today is the one in the striped shirt, and her name is Nadège Desgenétez. Yeah, I know she has a French name. She was originally from France, and then she moved here to the Pacific Northwest for a little while, and then she moved to Australia where she currently lives, and she's just come back for this residency this week. Now, we're already really far along in the entire process overall, but in the very beginning, to get the color in the first place, we used something called color bar, which are these pieces of solid colored glass. And this was actually done in such a way that we have a gradient on the glass. So we have sort of this semi-transparent white close to the pipe, and then we have this transparent kind of greenish color across the entire rest of the piece. And honestly, this is probably not even the final color of the piece. It's really hard to tell what it's going to look like as a final product, just because when we're in the hot shop, there's so much heat going into the piece, it's going to glow a little bit yellow. And some colors react a little bit weird in the hot shop. For example, red looks completely black when we're working with it in the hot shop, even if it's a transparent red. And then it changes back to that really bright, vibrant cherry red. It's really interesting. So we'll see how this piece turns out. We'll not be able to tell this final color from our own eyes until tomorrow. And right here, this is a really important step in the process. We've just brought over another pipe, and this has a little bit of clear glass on the end that has been hollowed out. And we've just attached this to the bottom of the piece. We'll create a small divot in the glass, making it easier to break this second pipe off later. The whole point for doing this entire process at all is so that we can break the piece off from the pipe that it was originally on. So this is a pretty exciting, a little bit scary moment when we break the piece off of its original pipe, because to do so, we actually have to crack the connection with some water, which will literally just crack the glass. So here we are applying that water, and then we tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. So that was a successful break. We're just going into the furnace, heating up the entire thing overall. We want to make sure nothing drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That was perfect timing. You guys both asked me the same question at the same time. I don't really know. I would estimate maybe about 20 to 25 pounds, 20 to 30 pounds. And I just want to mention, though, the reason that they're kind of heaving it around so much is because it feels so much heavier when it's on the end of the pipe. So what could be 20 pounds could feel like 100 pounds to them, just because of that leverage it has against them all the way on the end. And so we've had some new people join here and there, so I just want to introduce that we have a visiting artist today. You might have seen that plaque as you walked in through the hot shop doors, but that kind of displays the name, and her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in this striped shirt over at her bench currently. All of her drawings have been down on this table, as well as the color that we've been using today. And we are working on a pretty abstract piece right now. This is not going to be a completely finished product. Once it's done in the hot shop, it needs to go through another process where they're going to mirror the inside of the glass, put like a mirror-like finish. So this will allow the viewer to see themselves in the piece when they look at the piece. And kind of going along with that theme, all of these pieces that we've been making so far during this residency have been made to look through or look into instead of just to be looked at, which I think is really cool. So after breaking that piece off of its original pipe, which some of you guys walked in just after that happened, this piece was blown on a different pipe. We just attached this one to the bottom and then broke it off from that pipe. And so now we're able to work on the opening of the piece, where we will probably open it up a little bit further. So right here, we're actually sectioning off the very top of the piece. So what would be a neck, I assume this is all just excess glass. It's where we broke the piece off of the pipe, so it's a little bit thicker. The color is a little bit uneven, and the break is a little bit uneven. So we usually just take this part off completely. And could I have the slideshow showing off some of our visiting artist artwork, please? Thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, I really want you to see this slideshow up on the screen. Once again, this is Nadège Desgenétez' work up on the screen. And she is going to have some of these pieces that she's making during this residency go into a few different exhibits. Someone was just asking me where these pieces are going. So just to talk about the closest upcoming one, not close in distance, but we're going to have some of these pieces in Melbourne, Australia at Craft Victoria at the end of September. And one that might be a little bit closer is they're going to be displaying some work at Something Machine, which is in Bellport, New York in November. So that's another place that you could see some of this work. And as you'll see throughout this slideshow, these pieces are inspired by the human body and nature, such as trees and rocks. And so you'll see that throughout these pieces. And this artist has moved from France to the Pacific Northwest here to then Australia, where she currently continues to live. And because of this experience, she is trying to kind of tie the art to kind of be connected to the body in different places. All of these pieces are kind of described as abstract. And then once again, just want to reiterate that all these pieces are kind of meant to be looked through or looked into instead of being looked at. And then, of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention. I'll come over to answer those questions. It could be about the visiting art, be about the glass or the museum. Any question is fine. Yeah, so sometimes we'll have this same exact photographer come in for many different glass artists, and it's mostly just to get process photos and to get photos of the artist kind of interacting with their own artwork. So that's really important for kind of giving the story of the final product, basically. So yeah, every now and then we'll have photographers down here. Sometimes we'll even have like full-on video cameras or even whole crews of people filming for especially famous artists, or even if you just want a really good video of your work. And every single time we have a visiting artist, no matter who they are, no matter how many times they've been here, there will be a video posted on YouTube on the Museum of Glass channel called Meet the Artist, and then it'll talk about the artist, about their work, and it'll show off some of the work that they're doing on that residency. Yeah, and speaking of YouTube, the Hot Shop is constantly on live stream whenever the museum is open, which is really cool. So even if you weren't able to be here on a day that you're really excited for, you can pull up the live stream at any point and watch those visiting artists. Oh, and you can also pull up previous dates, basically as far back as you could possibly go. You can go back years and find someone's specific video and what they were doing that day. Yeah, so people ask why the glass blowers don't wear gloves constantly, and that right there is an example of why. We kind of can't tell how hot something is until it's too hot when we're wearing the gloves. Meanwhile, if we just have our hands exposed, we can feel the heat constantly, so we know if we're getting too close to something that's hot. We know if something is going to be building up too much heat. So right now they're just working on the very opening of the piece. And to do this, they're heating up that opening with this super hot handheld torch, which gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. We're heating up that opening. We're going to slowly widen it just a little bit. We want to make sure it doesn't close on itself right there. Otherwise, we create a vacuum, which means a piece that is completely closed off on itself. It's closed around a bubble of air. So to widen this, Ben is going inside of the piece with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and just slowly lifting up. And after opening this up a little bit, our artist is going in with a Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool. The cone is used to block off the opening to the piece, allowing them to blow a little bit more air in. So this usually reinflates kind of like the shoulder area of the piece. Now, with these really small edits that we're making at this point, that means that we're probably getting pretty close to finishing this piece off and putting it away. And before we break a piece off of the pipe to fully put it away, we always start going in with this large fluffy flame. We start torching any weak connections. We start torching this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe. We'll torch it until we start to see a little bit of movement in that connection. And then we know it's safe to apply some water to crack the glass there and then to break it off. The reason we wait for that movement is because when we apply the water, of course it cracks the glass, but those cracks can travel through cold glass. So if the surrounding glass is cold, it will travel and it can break the piece. So we just make sure everything stays nice and warm. And then you see somebody is suited up in these big Kevlar gloves and this shield for their face. This is going to protect the artist as they physically pick up this piece off the end of the pipe to be put away. Yeah, right here, this is a little bit of a balance, as I was describing some people in the front. They have to make sure everything is warm enough that it's not going to want to break. But if they get it too warm and then they pick it up to put it away, it can actually leave imprints, fibers can stick to the hot glass, and it can basically just ruin the surface of a piece. So we have to make sure it's not hot enough to stick or get imprinted on. But then once again, if it drops below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, then we can get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So it's a huge balance. And just to point out, when we put this piece away, it's going inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the right wall. So if you want any good last shots, now's your chance. So we apply water to crack that connection. And then just like earlier, we tap the pipe, and that should pop the piece right off the end of the pipe. And that was a successful break. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. So this annealer, it's sitting right around 925 degrees Fahrenheit right now. With the press of a button later on in the day, everything inside of it will cool down all at once. And this is probably going to take over a day at least to cool everything down inside of there properly. And that was our first piece of the day. We'll definitely be working on another piece after our lunch. And this is a really good time for final questions. If anyone has any. And then if not, then I think we'll be back in about an hour from now. So right around 2:20, 2:30, we'll have the time posted on the screen. All right, so welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today we actually have a visiting artist with us, and she is the one in the striped shirt over on the far left of the hot shop right at this moment. And her name is Nadège Desgenétez. And we are going to be making a sort of abstract piece right at this moment. If you were here earlier today, it's going to kind of be along the same lines of what we made earlier today. Where we're going to be making a large blown form. Once again, it's going to be abstract. The last one we made was kind of squat, if that's a good descriptor. It's kind of shorter and wide, and it has this really, really small opening in the top. And I was told that eventually, once that piece has cooled down, they're going to be filling it with a mirror solution. So probably something like a silver aluminum solution to create a mirror-like finish on the inside of the piece. So we'll have something along those lines this time as well. This is all going to start with applying color to our glass in the very beginning. And just to give you guys a good visual, down on this front table we have all the color samples, these little discs, and all the color is starting off in this bar form called color bar. I'll hold up an example for those in the back. So it's just solid colored glass through and through. But we'll take a section of it, melt it down, and then apply it to our glass to use. And just to give a little overview of the hot shop itself, we will be using this glass furnace in the back with the closed door quite a bit. And as the name describes, this is holding a pool of molten glass inside of it right at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So each time we go in here, we're getting a new layer of clear over top of what we previously had, whether that just be the pipe, whether it be more layers of glass. And that sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. Once again, it holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And then these other furnaces with these open faces, we have 3 of them on because we are doing a lot at all the benches all at the same time. But these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. Oh, and I should mention before I continue, I have closed captioning up on the screen. It should help throughout the process, especially later on. We're going to start using these really loud, fluffy flame torches, and you will not be able to hear a thing with those going. So this big silver box, we've been using it on and off today, but it holds anything we put inside of it right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're using it to heat up those pieces of solid color. And then we go in with a pipe and we pick up one of those pieces of color on the end of it. And on the screen, we have a view of our left bench. Gabe, he already has a piece of color on the, sorry, my mic keeps cutting out, geez. He already has a piece of color on the end of that pipe, and he's just melting it down currently until it's basically completely molten. And Sarah's holding this other pipe upright so that he can actually drop this color onto the end of that pipe. So this is called a color drop because we are dropping that color. It's also called a color overlay because we will be overlaying that color on top of that clear bit of glass. And I see a lot of new people have joined here and there, so I do want to give just a little overview, describe what we have going on. So today, once again, we do have a visiting artist, and actually, I think I'd like to show off some of this visiting artist artwork. I think a lot of you guys joined in either just as our lunch was ending or just after, but this slideshow was playing while we were gone. So yeah, we just saw that color dropped onto the end of the pipe. And could I have the slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. And this is all of our visiting artists previously made artwork on the screen right now. And once again, today we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez. And she's the one over on the left side of the hot shop wearing that striped shirt. Now, with this art, you'll see that a lot of these pieces are inspired by the human body and nature, such as trees and rocks. And our artist is also really inspired by just kind of the way she has lived her life in general, which she was describing earlier to me. She had moved from France to here in the Pacific Northwest for a while, and then she moved to Australia, where she currently continues to reside. She's just come back for this residency. But while she was moving around, she said she felt kind of a disconnect, and with these pieces, she is hoping to kind of connect the art to the body in these different places. So with this piece on the screen, you could see that this is a piece that you look through instead of look at, and that was really interesting to me. These pieces are very interactive in that way. So all these cones you see out in the hot shop now, these were all made on Wednesday, and these are going to be used for that purpose, is to look through them instead of just looking at them as an object. And I know some of you might be curious about kind of the final destination of some of these pieces that are being made. And I was told that she has multiple upcoming exhibits that she's either going to be partaking in or it is completely her exhibit. And the one that is coming up the soonest is going to be in Melbourne, Australia. It'll be at Craft Victoria at the end of September. One that's a little bit closer is there will be one in Bellport, New York in November at a place called Something Machine. So those are a couple of places you could see final products. And then, of course, if you just look up the artist's name, you should be able to find even more of her artwork.
I guess it's, do I have a schedule on what I'm making today? So the objects that we're making today will be part of a group of sculptures that speak to one another. They're based on body parts, but really abstracted. So it's kind of like modernity, body part. If you think about the aesthetic of the modernists, they will be mirrored inside, so very reflective. And the one we are about to make has a concave surface that turns into a mirror, a little bit like some of the work you'll see on the screens. But I'm trying to merge in this the experience of seeing oneself and the experience of the abstracted body. So the back of that piece is kind of almost abject. It's going to have like almost like a finger volume with ridges in it. And it's because where I live in Australia, there are lots of eucalypts, and they look a lot like limbs, their branches. So I'm trying to play on that idea of how we connect to place when it's a foreign landscape. and how things that resonate in the landscape make you feel kind of, they're foreign and familiar at the same time. So these works are kind of, they look like blobs until they're mirrored. But that's what we're doing, a giant blob that will be refined into hopefully an experience for the viewer.
So over on that left bench, we've already gotten that semi-transparent white layer of color on this end of the pipe. And we're now going to be dropping a pretty rich transparent color over top of this. We did this earlier today as well, where we layered multiple layers of color on top of each other, kind of interchanging between this semi-transparent white and some transparent colors. And as they blow this out, the white becomes thinner, of course, and you could see the other colors a lot better. And they also layered them in a really interesting way. They ended up having 4 different layers of color, and this kind of gave them a gradient of color across the entire piece, since you can kind of see through all those different layers of color. Oh yeah, by the way, if you guys are curious, you can actually go onto YouTube or the Museum of Glass website, and you can rewind the live stream and kind of see what we were working on just before lunch. That'll give you basically exactly, if not very similar, to what we're working on right now. Yeah, we always save those live streams. So even if you wanted to watch something from a year ago, you can pull that up as well. Yeah, so inside of this kiln slash furnace in the front, this has something very similar to these guys right here, except a little bit of a larger version. And they were working on something similar earlier today, where they were simply creating these kind of large, sculpted, clear bits of glass. They made teardrop shapes, they made peanut kind of shapes. And what they do is they'll kind of stack them on top of each other, lay them next to each other, and then they slump them inside of a kiln just like this. And that merges them together, but it doesn't completely melt them, so you still have the shapes, but they're all interconnected. So we have a lot of different things going on at the same time. It's really cool. Yeah, and if I didn't mention already, I know people are kind of trickling in here and there, and it's kind of hard for me to keep track of who's coming in and out. So if you guys ever have any questions, if you missed anything, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. I'll come over to answer any questions you have. It could be about the visiting artists, about the glass, about the museum. Any questions are fine. So we have applied 2 layers of color on this bubble on the screen or over on that left bench. We're just letting it sit and cool down right now. That's why we're just kind of sitting at the bench. But eventually, we will be getting 1 more layer of clear over top of this. And this is why we're letting it cool down, is so that we can gather that next layer. If we were to gather it while it's still really hot, then when we come out of that glass furnace, the internal temperature is really high, so it should start moving around like crazy. So this kind of allows us to control the shape and allows us to control that movement, of course. And right after getting that fresh layer of clear glass, we sit down and we start using a block, which is just this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. These are kept saturated in water before we use them, so they don't burn as quickly. But this is smoothing out the outside of the glass, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within. We usually do this twice before actually blowing that bubble up a little bit. And just based off of the last process I saw, by the way, this bubble over on the left bench is going to turn into something called the color cup, which is this right here. It's just a cup with a round bottom. And what they do is they will sit this upright, so the round bottom on the bottom, and then they will create another bubble of color, like they're doing at the center bench here, and they will stuff that inside of the cup to pick it up. So then they'll have that layer of color on the very outside of that bubble. And this is how they can layer multiple colors together. This is how they can have color on the very surface of their piece. It really helps out with a few different things. Yeah, this pad in Sarah's hand, I just got asked about it. This is a carbon fiber pad. If you were to look closely at it, you could see this kind of weaved pattern. It's just a black pad. But this is stuffed with newspaper, and it's constantly kept soaked in water. And this is totally enough to protect the artist's hands. We use newspapers all the time to shape glass, oftentimes without the carbon fiber covering. So today's a little bit different. We have that carbon fiber. And by the way, this large black box over on the left wall, I haven't seen them open it up yet until just now, basically. This is all the stuff that they made yesterday, and it's just finally cooled down enough for them to open the doors and let it cool down enough to touch it. Right now it's probably still 300 degrees Fahrenheit maybe, so we don't really want to touch it, but it's safe enough for it to rapidly cool from this point. Yeah, so I'll point out the glass furnaces. the large tank with the closed door, this is holding a pool of molten glass inside of it, basically in a giant ceramic crucible. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, I'm just pointing to the one on the left because that's the one we're using today. But this one might be easier for you to see. This one is currently charging or melting new glass mixture. And here we go inside of it again. So Sarah, each time she goes into this furnace, she's getting a brand new layer of clear on the very outside. And when we start off, we just heat up our pipe and then we stick it into that molten glass and it sticks on the end. As long as whatever we're putting in is hot, it's going to want to stick to that material. And over on this left bench, you can see Sarah's kind of picking at the surface of the glass. There must have just been a small air bubble or a particle in the glass. No big deal. They just pick it out right away and then continue on as they normally would. And at the center bench here, once again, this is going to turn into a large bubble that they will stuff inside of one of these color cups. Not one of these specifically, but this is a really good visual example. And we're just building up those layers of color for now. And we'll be using the metal table here at the center bench quite a bit later on, but this is called a marver. And whenever we roll the glass on the marver, it's usually to shape it, but sometimes we will use it to cool down certain parts of the glass, and that kind of prevents it from blowing out too much in that direction. Because as the glass cools, it becomes less malleable. As the glass is hotter, or becomes, ooh, my mic is cutting out. As it becomes hotter, it's more malleable, of course. Now, over on this left bench, we have blown this out enough that we're able to start creating the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks, and we're squeezing them into the glass kind of near the pipe. This divot is our breaking point that we'll be using later on to take this piece off of the pipe. And keep an eye on the color. This area is really rich in color right now, but as they blow it out thinner and thinner, the color is also going to start thinning out. You'll be able to see the true color a lot better as it starts cooling down as well. Yeah, so visiting artists can bring in their own assistants if they want to. And it seems like our visiting artist asked one person to come help her today, local artist Eric Wall. He's the tall one in the dark gray shirt. And then everyone else down on the hot shop floor here is our Museum of Glass hot shop team. So these guys work here pretty much full time at the Museum of Glass, and they help visiting artists that come through. They make items for the store. They always have something going on the hot shop floor, no matter what is going on. So yeah, they are here no matter what, pretty much. So most of our tools, including the pipes and the benches and the tables and everything, they're all made out of stainless steel. And people are always surprised because they think that those tools would heat up, right? But surprisingly, I've been told that steel is a pretty poor conductor of heat. So the heat will only travel maybe this far down the pipe. Of course, the more glass we're working with, the further it is going to travel just naturally. But usually we don't really have to worry about that. And if we do, then you might see them wearing gloves, especially with larger pieces. But and this pipe that we're using, of course, is a hollow pipe. So each time we blow into the end, that air passes through and inflates that glass like a balloon. That's where the glass blowing comes into play. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear, but this time we hung it upside down and allowed some of that to drip into a bucket. This is called a strip gather. It's just giving us a partial layer of that clear. And this is important because Ben was kind of comparing the size of this bubble to that cup that they're making over on that left bench. If he makes it too big, then it's not going to be able to fit inside of that cup. So now that he's gotten that fresh layer of clear, he's going to blow this out and shape it into kind of a long, tapered shape. He'll let that cool down, and then he'll get one more layer of clear, and that's when we would attach to the cup over on that left bench. And speaking of this cup over on the left, I know I missed the moment when they transferred it to a different pipe, so I just want to talk about that for a second. So this was a bubble that was blown on a hollow pipe, and then they attached yet another pipe to the rounded end of the cup, the end of the bubble, and then they broke that bubble completely off of its original pipe, which gave them access to that opening. They're now flaring it out. So over on the right side of the hot shop, we have a pipe cooler. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into to cool it off. You can kind of see that steam rising. Yeah, we're working with a larger amount of glass, so we want to make sure to keep the pipe cool. And now that we've blown this glass out that you see on the screen, I want to point out that gradient that you can see a lot better now. And the gradients are done very purposefully. They have to thin the colored glass out in such a way that it creates that gradient, but also in such a way that it's not just a sudden break in between the clear and the color. And once again, at this center bench, I was describing earlier that we were going to blow this out and then create kind of this long tapered shape. So we have that shape now. We're just letting this cool down, and then we'll gather one more layer of clear over top of it before sticking it inside of that cup. So this large silver box right here, this is the garage, and it holds everything right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit that we put inside of it. And Gabe has just taken this heated ring out of that box and set it on the floor. It's important that this was warmed up beforehand because we're going to be setting this glass cup down inside of it. We want to make sure that cold metal's not touching hot glass, otherwise we risk thermal shock. And we've just gotten that one more layer of clear as well. And I think this is a really cool moment, so I'm excited for you all to see it. But what we'll do is we'll break the cup off the end of the pipe. Once again, we'll just set it upright inside of that ring, and then we'll bring over that bubble and stuff it into the bottom. And to break this off, we're just applying a little bit of pressure using those shears. Then we tap the pipe. And they give a little puff of air inside of the cup, making sure there's no particles that can cause air bubbles. And then they bring over that bubble. They let it hang for just a second before stuffing it straight into the bottom. And as you can see, this is slowly filling the cup up. I love that we can kind of see through the cup where the glass is touching. And just like that, we have picked up that color cup. So now we have that layer of color on the very outside of that entire bubble of glass. And from here, I believe this might be all the glass we need. No, we might need one more layer of clear, but we will start shaping this and blow it out a little bit more. Once again, using the marver, which I pointed out is that large metal table there. So while we're rolling it on the table, they're focusing a little bit of pressure kind of on the back end of the bubble near the pipe, and this is pushing that cup completely against the bubble, making sure everything is smooth and conforming. And as you remember, we had to break this cup off of a pipe just before we used the bubble to pick it up. And because of that connection to the end of that pipe, there's just a little bit of excess clear on the very end. So we're getting rid of that by superheating just that little spot and then picking it away with a pair of tweezers. So now we got rid of that little bit of excess clear. And if you're curious, Gabe is doing a little bit of prep work basically over here on the left. So this pipe has a little bit of clear on the end, and I assume that this is going to be used later on to attach to the final product. And I see a few new people have joined here and there, so I want to give a quick little introduction of those people as well. So today we have visiting artist Nadège, sorry, my mic cut out, Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one with the striped shirt kind of crouching at this moment. So she's designed all these pieces that you see in the front here on the cart, on this table, and she's designed all the pieces that are being made today. And this piece that we're making right now specifically, she described is going to end up a blob shape, which is going to have one concave and one very rounded end. And eventually, on a later date, once this glass has cooled down completely, they'll be able to apply a mirror finish to the inside of the piece using a solution. So this piece, even though you'll see the entire thing physically made in the hot shop, is still not going to be quite the final product because it'll have that mirror finish. And we're just sitting and letting this glass cool down a little bit before we gather our next layer of clear. And while I have just a little bit of time, I think some of you guys missed the very beginning of the process where we applied color in the first place. So I just wanted to show off how we did that real quick. So down on this front table here, we have all of these bars of colored glass laid out. And this has a very simple name. It's called Color Bar because it's a bar of color. And this solid colored glass, we'll take a section of it, probably about as much as I'm holding. It depends on the project. And they'll melt it down and use it by dropping it on top of a clear bubble and spreading it over top. So basically, we just have this thin layer of color. It's mostly clear glass. If you looked at the cross section of the piece, you would see that paper thin, maybe even thinner layer of color, which is really interesting. And this is used to color a ton of different pieces. If you see a piece that has just one solid color across the surface, or within it, I should say, that is most likely how they got that color. That process is called a color drop or color overlay. And as for the colors themselves, once again, we don't make them here, but I know that they have different metal oxides and minerals mixed into them to get those different colors. So just the same raw clear glass mixture, and then those metal oxides and minerals as well. And one good example I have is gold chloride mixed into glass creates a cranberry pink color, so kind of a purplish reddish color. And that one's a really expensive color because it has gold. For those who are into antiquing, that is the ruby red antique glass that you look for, and that's why it's so hard to find and so sought after, is because it uses gold. Yeah, so we might change up the shape this time. I've just heard they found a small bubble in the very end of the bubble. Well, I shouldn't call it a bubble, but this is a hollow piece of glass already, and on the very end of this piece of glass, there's a small bubble within the glass. And they don't want that in their final product because as they blow it out, it becomes pretty stretched out and pretty big and obvious. So they might either try to pick it out or they will just kind of change up what they're doing in general. And once again, right after getting a fresh layer of glass, whether it's color, whether it's clear, we always use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth that surface out. We'll usually do this twice in a row, and then we'll start blowing the bubble up from there. This just makes sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all of this glass. If we were to just leave it alone, we would have an uneven heat dispersion. We might have uneven thicknesses, and that can cause the bubble to blow out a little bit wonky. So this is when we start blowing into the end of the pipe to expand this glass bubble. And while Gabe is blowing, Ben is going in with this pad and just kind of controlling which way this bubble blows out. And we did the same thing for the cup that we used for this color earlier, where we went in with the jacks, those two metal blades, and we're starting to squeeze it down onto the glass near the pipe. This is creating the jack line. Once again, this is the spot where we break the piece off of the pipe. We usually do this pretty early on before we even finish off the shaping, before we even fully blow out the piece. And some people are curious about how it feels to be doing these various tasks. So when he's carving in that jack line, he's actually having to squeeze the jacks pretty hard. These guys have really good forearms. And then when you're blowing into the end of the pipe, when you're first starting the bubble, you have to blow decently hard. And while the glass is thick, you have to blow decently hard. But as it gets bigger and thinner, you actually have to be really, really gentle, almost a whisper, to make sure you don't blow it out so thin that it can break. And while Ben has been kind of shaping this glass, our visiting artist has been holding these wooden paddles, and this is just shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. Yeah, but we also do use these wooden paddles for shaping every now and then, such as flattening the bottom of the piece, which is why they are so charred. So to create this long kind of cylindrical shape, we've been heating this glass up, blowing it out, and hanging it down towards the floor, using gravity as a tool to stretch that glass out. And we can actually use that same method in kind of the reverse way. We can hold the pipe up towards the ceiling, and that glass will slump down on itself and create a wide squat shape. So this is what we do to create low bowls and platters, plates. And this is what we do to create vases and cylinders and cups as we stretch the glass out. So wherever Ben is touching this pad, it's partially cooling down the glass in that area and also just shaping the glass overall. So it really helps them get their exact shape that they're going for. And once again, we all kind of don't have an exact idea of how this piece is going to turn out quite yet. This is supposed to be an abstract piece of some sort. And for those who are just joining in, we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez. Let me say that 3 times fast. And she's the one in the striped shirt at the center bench. She has a little bit of history traveling in multiple places. She started off in France and then moved out here to the Pacific Northwest for a while, and then to Australia, where she still currently is residing and working. And she's just come back for this residency and is kind of reconnecting with old friends. They all kind of know each other, and they all blew glasses. And all of these pieces are kind of based off of that experience where artist has traveled around. She said that she felt kind of a disconnect when traveling around, and so because of that, she wanted to create some pieces that allow you to feel kind of connected to the environment, connected to the art, no matter where you are, no matter where you're viewing them. And so a lot of these pieces are special in the way that you're supposed to look through them or use them to see different things. Like some of them will be reflective, for example, rather than just looking at it like an art piece. Instead, you'll be looking through it or using it to see something. At the center bench, we're now using 2 corkwood paddles. Those are those paddles here. We're flattening the sides of the piece using these. Yeah, these are really helpful shaping tools. They do burn quite a bit, but it's important to have an insulating material such as corkwood. Otherwise, we get a lot of heat pulled out of the glass if we were to use something metal, for example. So this is going to prevent thermal shock. It's also going to allow the glass to stay warmer longer. Yes, so behind the scenes, whenever they're using these corkwood paddles kind of pressing up against the glass, the air can actually technically escape back out the pipe the way they blew it in, because this pipe just works both ways, kind of like a straw. So behind the scenes, somebody's actually been covering up the end of the pipe, which is keeping that pressure inside the piece, preventing it from deflating on itself. But we may actually, sorry, my mic is cutting out a lot. They may actually purposefully deflate this piece at some point. They did that with the earlier one to create kind of a divot in the glass. So they'll heat up a section of glass and they can actually use their mouths to suck air out of the pipe, almost like you're inhaling. It's really interesting. And surprisingly, it's not hot. And of course, if I didn't mention these torches yet, these torches run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, so between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But these torches will heat up a section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall. So this is probably going to be used to create that divot that I was explaining a moment ago, where we just heat up one section of glass and then we actually pull air out of the piece. And while Ben is using these corkwood paddles, they're burning quite a bit, so our visiting artist is using this nozzle to blow some compressed air to get that smoke away from his face. Now we can use this compressed air to cool down the glass as well, but we're just not doing that in this case. Just kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. And I think it's been a little while since I've shown off our visiting artist artwork. So I think on the screen I'll have a slideshow going of the visiting artist artwork. Once again, her name is Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the striped shirt down on the hot shop floor. If you haven't seen her work already, it's up on the screen now. This will give you a good idea of the final products and how some of these pieces are meant to be viewed and used. So those cone-shaped pieces you've been seeing on the screen, we have some of them down on the hot shop floor, as you can see, some of this cart, and then one on this table here. And these are meant to be looked through instead of looked at as an art piece. That's what I've been trying to point out today. And then all of these other pieces, they're also meant to be used in a similar way where you look inside of them. Once again, instead of just looking at them as a piece of art, you will actually look through them and kind of have that experience. And a lot of our visiting artist artwork is based off of and kind of inspired by the human body as well as nature. So rocks and trees are a couple of examples she gave me. So some of these photos you've seen, they look kind of like limbs and other parts of the body. And back to the center bench. Once we have finished using the corks, which once again are those kind of paddles that were burning and smoking quite a bit when we were using them, we'll usually go over the entire piece with a little broom, just regular straw broom, and get any of those little particles that may be sticking to the glass off. We want to make sure to get those off before we heat up the piece any further, otherwise they could permanently stick. And we've just been continuing to sculpt this piece of glass. So far we've carved in a couple of basically kind of wrinkles into the glass, and we'll continue to carve into the glass using various tools. This is the same thing that they did for these cones, for example. So when you look inside of them, as it was described to me, is you're supposed to see kind of these rolling hills going into the distance, and it really does look like that when you look inside of it, especially when you're using it for photography like our artist often does. So I'm just going to give a quick little overview again about what we have going on today and also show off a little bit of the artist's artwork, and then I'll jump right back into the glass and the hot shop. So once again, today we have visiting artist Nadège Desgenétez, and she's the one in the striped shirt, and she's actually about to dive into working on this glass herself, which is why she's putting on this metallic apron. She's making sure that the heat coming off of the glass is going to be reflected away from her. And anyways, she is here for a week-long residency. She started here on Wednesday for this residency, is going all the way through Sunday. She's moved from France to here in the Pacific Northwest and then to Australia. And based off of this experience of moving, she is felt kind of like disconnected in each of those different places. And so because of that, she wants to create this artistic experience where people can feel like they're connected to the place that they're in and connected to the art in some sort of way. And the way that she's bringing this connection feeling through the art, this feeling of familiarity, is you'll be able to look through and look into these pieces of glass instead of just looking at them. And could I have the slideshow of our visiting artist artwork, please? And so for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen we have the slideshow going. And once again, I just want to mention that these are meant to be looked through and looked into. And these pieces are going into multiple upcoming exhibits. I get a lot of questions about where the final products will be and how you guys can see them. And so I just want to tell you about those exhibits. The one that's coming up the soonest is going to be in Melbourne, Australia, where our visiting artist is currently from. It'll be Craft Victoria at the end of September. And then one that's going to be a little bit more close by is going to be in Bellport, New York in November, and it's going to be at a place called Something Machine. So you do have a couple of opportunities to see these finished pieces in person. And if not, you could always look up the artist's name and find her information online as well. I heard that she has an Instagram. Thank you. Now, I'll get questions every now and then about why we torch the back end of the piece, kind of where it's connected to the pipe. So just to describe that real quick, this is the last part of the piece going into the furnace as you watch them going in. And it is also the first part of the piece coming out, this kind of back end. And because of that, this is naturally the coldest section of the glass. We want to make sure everything stays right at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we risk thermal shock, which can actually completely break the piece onto the floor if it gets bad enough. So just want to make sure to keep a really good eye on that. And next we're focusing all of that heat just on the very end of the bubble. And this is when we'll start to blow out and maybe even concave certain sections of the glass just based off of the last piece we made. And so for those who just joined in, we're working on an abstract piece at the moment, which I'm sure you can tell. But this is not quite the final product, what you see here, because we will eventually be coating the inside of the piece with a mirror-like finish. And that's on a later date once the glass is completely cooled down. So it's not really a process that we'll see in the hot shop, but you get to see the overall general shape of the piece. And the designer of this piece is our visiting artist right here in the striped shirt there. Her name is Nadège Desgenétez. And right now we are working on finishing off the shape. So we've just focused a lot of heat on the very end of the bubble right here. And this is done using these large fluffy flames. And you can actually see the difference in color where they've been heating up the glass a lot. I like to describe that the glass is kind of like lava. It's literally radiating heat as well as light because it is so hot. So it's glowing kind of this orange-red color, but as soon as the glass starts cooling down more and more, we'll see closer to the true color. For example, a piece that we were working on earlier looked a little bit green to me, but these broken pieces of it on the floor, they ended up actually looking like this light blue. So it's really hard to tell what color it is they're working with until the piece is cooled down the next day. They do know what color they're working with, they just can't see it at the moment because they'll start off with a specific color that they choose, and this is the raw form, by the way, color bar. So they'll take a section of this and use it in their pieces to create color. Yeah, and if you guys are curious, these pieces that are out currently, all of them, including the ones on the table and then the ones on the cart, these are all made on Wednesday, and they just came out either late yesterday or earlier today. It takes about a day for these to cool down properly, and then for us to be able to handle them. So it might be a little bit hard to tell, but on the very end of the bubble, we actually heated up that single section and then sucked some air out of the piece, so it's kind of concave on the very end. And this is done purposefully for a lot of these different pieces. We have these smaller concave sections. So this pipe, interestingly enough, kind of like a straw, we can pull air out as well as blow air into the piece. And it looks like they're getting a station ready for flattening another section of the piece. This is just a piece of kiln shelf that's been coated in a layer of beeswax. And then this beeswax, after it's been used so many times, it will char, which is why the entire shelf is black. But we have that beeswax to prevent the piece of glass from sticking to the kiln shelf, which can happen if it's hot enough. Yes, so they have to keep torching this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe because this is the coldest section of the piece. We want to make sure everything stays right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it drops too much below that temperature, then we can have cracking and breaking in that area, and that is the section that is holding it onto the pipe, so it's really important to keep that warm. But yeah, we do it for every single piece, no matter how big or how small. We always start torching that area where the piece is connected to the pipe, especially later on the process like we are right now. So after heating up just the end of this bubble, we're now resting it onto that kiln shelf. And kind of behind the scenes, the artist who's doing this, he's been keeping his thumb over the end of the pipe, so keeping that pressure inside of the piece. Otherwise, air could escape out the pipe and kind of deflate that section of the glass. So that has perfectly flattened that very end section. Oh, and I'd really like to point this out. This is something we don't get to see super often, but on the right side of the hot shop, Nick has been filling up the furnace all day with fresh glass mixture. And people always wonder how that all starts in the first place, so this is a really good glimpse. This inside of these metal tubes is just the raw glass mixture itself. It's mostly silica sand, of course, but there's a little bit of soda ash and a little bit of limestone, so it's specifically a soda lime glass. And this is eventually dumped just straight into the furnace and then evened out before melting down over the course of a day. And that is it. It would be ready in about a day or two to use. So I like to point out, even though our visiting artist herself isn't physically handling this pipe and this enormous piece of glass, she's there every step of the way telling them exactly how to angle the pipe, exactly how long that she wants it to be pressed up against that board, and then she tells them when to come up and to stop. So she is maintaining complete control over this piece. She's designed it. She's telling them what she wants changed throughout the entire process. And since this is kind of an abstract piece, I'm not sure if she even had drawn this out. This might just be coming fresh from her brain and then into the piece. And this right here is a little bit of a different tool than you might usually see. This is actually a giant paddle made out of graphite, just pure graphite in the end of that handle. And this is also an insulating material like wood. However, unlike wood, this is obviously not going to burn as much or erode as much. So we're able to use it a lot longer. And we're using it to kind of sharpen up these corners on the end of the piece. Our artist wants them a little bit more angular instead of rounded. So we're just making that small edit. And for those who just joined in, we're currently working on an abstract piece at the center bench, which you might already be able to tell. And we're just working on really, really small sections of it at this moment, heating up a small section of glass with a really hot handheld torch, which gets up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, little fun fact. And I believe that we are heating up this small section to actually blow it out, which is kind of creating like a bump in the glass is the best way to describe it. And we've actually been doing the opposite as well, where we'll heat up the glass and we'll suck air out of the pipe to create a divot in the glass. So we've been doing both of them for this one piece already. So we actually did something really interesting right there, which is we heat up the glass super hot using that handheld torch, and then we kept blowing and blowing and blowing into that hot flame, which eventually pushed the bubble all the way through the side of the piece, so it's created a small hole in the end of the piece. And this is really helpful if we're trying to make something that has two open ends, for example. We want to be able to have like a tube shape. And just to make sure that this hole stays open, Ben is going inside with a pair of tweezers and just lightly widening it. So the glass is at a really happy medium temperature right now. It's right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, all of it, including what's connected to the pipe. And the pipe itself was hot when we got the glass on the end of it, so they're kind of like temporarily fused together right now. If it were to get any colder, then it would crack off the pipe, and if it were to get super hot, then it could actually melt off the pipe. So it's just in the middle at a happy temperature, and that's pretty much it. So interestingly enough, the cone was not really built to be the most functional thing. It was mostly built to tell a story and to be decorational in a way. It's based off of these old wood burners we used to have along this waterway here that were used to burn scraps from logging. But we didn't burn scraps anymore at a certain point. We used up everything. So those we eventually got rid of them. But this is kind of just to tell the history of the area, basically. So it's based extremely off of those old wood burners. So we have about 4 full-time glass blowers that work on the hot shop floor here almost every single day. And sometimes they'll switch off with each other, or other people will replace them if they're on like vacation or anything. But yeah, we have 4 full-time glass blowers. We have 1 guest artist who's helping out, and then we have our visiting artist who is in this striped shirt right there. So she's the one that's designed all these pieces and has been putting a lot of the details in herself as well. And she made these pieces that are on display as well. Yeah, these were made on Wednesday here at the museum. And something that I really love about them is you are meant to look through them instead of at them as an object. So it's almost like looking through a telescope, kind of. And you can see inside of this one pretty easily, but it has these bumps kind of engraved into the side of the piece. And that is supposed to look kind of like hills and valleys, as it was described to me. So when you look through, you kind of see a landscape. So she's been working with glass about 30 years. And I was about to mention, based off of that, that these guys all have been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years each as well. So yeah, they all have just about the same amount of experience. And they were telling me that they've blown glass together before, about 19 years ago, when our visiting artist kind of lived in this area. But she now lives in Australia. So this is just her coming back and having a residency here, but she's not living in the area anymore. All right, so welcome into the hot shop. Right here, we are working on an abstract piece of some kind. This is being finished off relatively quickly. We just created a small opening in the side of the piece. It might be a little bit hard to see it at this moment, but Ben is kind of sticking a tool inside of it right now. And this is eventually going to be filled with a mirroring solution, I've been told. So it's going to be kind of a reflective piece as a final product. But we won't see that happening in the hot shop, I should mention. That's done when the glass is cold on a later date. But you'll see the overall shape made. And the person who has designed these pieces is our visiting artist, who's in the striped shirt and the silver apron. And her name is Nadège and she is from France and then moved here and then moved to Australia where she currently lives. Also, I know this piece looks kind of green right now and maybe even a little amber close to the ends of the piece, but the orange tones are coming from the glass being so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, and that is mixing with the blue color of this glass to make it look green. So it's actually more of a blue color than anything else. And in the back on the left side of the hot shop, this is our glass furnace. So this is a giant ceramic crucible that's holding a pool of molten glass inside of it at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And Gabe has just gotten some more molten glass on the end of his pipe. Yeah, the glass that we're working with at the center bench, whenever we're shaping it, it's kind of like a taffy putty texture, so in between molten and solid. It's really interesting. Glass is a really weird liquid in a way. So the center bench, they're just keeping this piece warm by going into the furnace every now and then. This is called flashing. And then over on that left bench, they've been preparing a little bit of clear glass on the end of that pipe, which is going to end up kind of like this cup shape on the end. And it's kind of a hard shape to describe, but they're going to eventually bring that over and connect it to the piece at the center bench. And this allows them to completely break this pipe off of that piece right there. So we'll kind of be transferring it to another pipe, basically. And welcome back to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I recognize you all. We are continuing to work on this abstract piece. You might have seen us working on it earlier. We're just getting ready to attach a second pipe to the end of the piece and then go ahead and completely break the piece off of its original pipe. And this is always a little bit of an exciting and anxiety-inducing moment because they will physically be breaking that connection in the glass. And after attaching this pipe, Ben is going in with a tool right now. It might be a little bit hard to tell what he's doing, but he's creating this divot in that fresh connection so that it's easy to break off this second pipe later on as well. Just kind of thinking ahead. And then to break this piece off, we apply a little bit of water, which will crack that connection from thermal shock. So right there in that divot. And then we tap the pipe. That creates a vibration that travels to those cracks, breaking the piece cleanly off. And it looks like that was definitely a clean break. So they go straight back into the furnace, making sure everything stays nice and warm. And as you can tell, this piece is a little bit unbalanced. It's a little heavier on one end than the other, so they have to make sure to be really careful in rotating it. Yeah, you guys joined in at a very exciting moment. This is kind of close to the end of the process. We're just kind of finishing this piece off. So now that we've attached this second pipe, broken it off from its first pipe, we'll be able to start working on that large opening that's left over. They'll probably close it off, but we'll see what they do with it from here. It's all up to our visiting artist who's designed this piece up in the front here with me. And I don't think some of you guys have seen our visiting artist's previous other artwork, so I think I want to show that off in the form of a slideshow. Up on the screen, there will be a slideshow going now. So this is all of some of our previously made artwork of this visiting artist. Once again, her name is Nadège, and her last name is Desgenétez, if you want to look up her name. I also have the spelling down here if you need a little bit of help. But she creates pieces that are inspired by the human body and nature. So she said that this piece right here is kind of inspired by an elbow, and then I think she said eucalyptus or something. But this is really interesting how she's kind of combining these two different inspirations. And a lot of these pieces that you see displayed right now on these front tables and the cart over here, these are all kind of relating to that as well, where she is inspired by nature, specifically with these ones in the body. Some of these are going to be finished with a mirror finish on the inside, so you'll be able to see a reflection in the piece. Some of them you look through, and she uses them for photography, which you'll see on the screen eventually. She's used some of these cones, taken pictures through them, almost like a telescope. I don't know, it's really interesting. And if you'd like, you can always position yourself a little bit differently, but there is this piece here that's kind of angled towards the audience. It has all these bumps inside of it that are supposed to remind people of hills. So when you're looking inside, you kind of see a landscape. Just all of it is really cool to me because you're looking through and into the piece. You're not looking at the piece as if it's just an object. It's actually interacting with the environment and interacting with you. And back to the center bench, Ben has started to pinch the opening of the piece outward. He's getting ready to actually cut this glass off. They always take off that glass right where that previous pipe was connected because this area tends to be a little bit thick. That break isn't always perfectly even. So this just gets rid of both of those in one go. And let me know if you guys ever have any questions, by the way, whether it's about the artist, about the glass, about the museum. Any questions are fine. It's pretty thick. So it looks a little bit lighter than it probably is. I would estimate maybe about 25 to 30 pounds, 25 pounds of glass. But the thing is whenever it's on the far end of the pipe like this, it has so much leverage against you, it feels heavier than it actually is. So it could feel 3 to 5 times heavier. So they've just sectioned off the very end of the glass. Once again, this piece of glass that they were working with there, they've just broken it off onto the floor. This is completely closed off that end of the bubble. But earlier on, when we attached this pipe, this one right here, to the end of the piece, we had an opening into that end of the piece. So we're not creating a vacuum by closing off the end. And that is a concern. We never want to create a vacuum, a completely closed off piece. And now after heating the end of the glass up, we're going in with these 2 corkwood paddles. And this is what we used to get this general shape overall earlier on in the process before you guys even came in here. These are a really good shaping tools. We even use them to carve the glass in to create those wrinkles or folds. But these do burn a lot while we use them. They're producing quite a bit of smoke, so our visiting artist is spraying a little bit of compressed air, which is blowing the smoke away. And the reason we would use a corkwood tool and not just a metal tool is because it's an insulating material. When we touch it to the glass, it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of it, remaining warm and also preventing thermal shock. Yeah, so the furnaces that we've been using, they all run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. I would say probably closer to the higher end because this glass is pretty thick and pretty large. Yeah, and we keep opening the doors really wide like this, which lets a lot of heat escape, so we have to crank it up even higher. But yeah, they all run off of natural gas and forced air. Yeah, they actually turn off all of these reheating furnaces at night when they're done using them. And then these glass furnaces, though, that literally have the molten glass inside of them, those run 24/7 just to make sure that that temperature remains constant for whenever we need it. And I know we've been using these smaller handheld torches a lot, but I haven't mentioned how hot they are. These can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And just comparing that to the molten glass itself, when it's fully molten, it's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of the molten glass already. These small torches will heat up a small area really, really quickly. It's really helpful for making details in the glass art, such as sculpting faces, creating those wrinkles, creating these really nice, crisp, kind of sharp edges in the piece. Anything geometric, we need these torches for a lot of different things. And it looks like they were making a color cup over on that left bench. This is as simple as it sounds, which is a cup of colored glass. And that is set aside in this box here, which is right around 925 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll probably let it cool down slowly in that box and then use it the next day. It's a kind of a prep work, basically. So just like that first end we created, this second end we're also completely flattening. And then it looks like we're going to go in and kind of crisp up those edges, make a really nice geometric sharp corner where the bottom is flattened. Or I guess I shouldn't call it the bottom. This piece doesn't really have a bottom. And for those who just joined in, we're just finishing off this abstract piece at the center bench. We're trying to make sure both sides are completely flattened, which we'll see in just a moment how we do that. We're going to heat up the very end, and then we're going to come over and use this little setup we've created, which is actually just a piece of kiln shelf coated with beeswax. And that beeswax has burned over time, turning it black. But that beeswax prevents the glass from sticking to the shelf because it is hot enough to actually bind to other materials. Or to stick to other materials, I should say. So we'll eventually come over and we will stamp the end of it onto this kiln shelf coated in beeswax to completely flatten that end. And just making sure, once again, that nothing cold is going to be touching the glass, or preheating this piece of kiln shelf as well using this fluffy flame. And then here we come over with the bubble and press down. And this is held for a few seconds, making sure that this is completely flattened. And whenever the glass is solid on the end of the pipe, this means it's right around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If there's a little bit of movement in it, then that means it's just above. And then if it's kind of in a taffy or putty-like texture, this is probably in between the molten and the solid temperature, which is maybe about 1,500. But when it's completely molten, that's at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So there's a whole range of different temperatures that we work with. And then, of course, you can tell just based off of how much the glass is moving rather than the color of the glass. Yeah, and as for how many times we go into the furnace, isn't something that we count or anything. They're more so looking for that movement. They want a little bit of movement in their glass, and that tells them it's just above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Or they look for color as well. Sometimes if there's absolutely no color at all, then you know that it's getting too cold, so we go back in. We get a little bit of that color back. Yeah, and as for what we're doing right now, once again, we're just going in and we're kind of sharpening up those corners a little bit. This is a graphite paddle that we're using right now. And graphite is an interesting material. It's insulating as if it were wood. Maybe not as insulating, but it is very insulating. And it will, of course, not burn as much as wood. It does kind of erode and kind of chip away over time, but it decays way less fast than wood.